current-wise. The under 15 doubles boats are just lining up. This race will be about 500 meters compared to the other age classes, which are all approximately 1,000. We would like to remind the participants to maintain a 3 feet distance between each other.
We have got KGS in lane 2, TIA in lane 3, and CJM in lane 4. Yeah. The boats have lined up.
And the race has started.
Did you guys introduce yourselves?
What's lane 4? CJM is in a slight lead with KGS and TIA neck and neck.
A very good start from all the teams. CJM still in lead.
And KGS has taken the lead.
This is CJM.
Oh, that's what? These are, oh, CJM is, oh, okay. And CJM has stopped mid-race. TIA and KGS have gone up ahead.
Difficulty in CJM's boat.
I think their collars have opened. They might have not. Oh, and it seems as if the one of the oars, the bow side oar, has dipped into the water. Is that while the umpire boat helps CJM come back, we have the race coming to an end. And CGM's gate has been tightened up. Their oar is back. They have started to complete the race.
I think it's all about sportsman spirit now. They're still rowing pretty well, just to finish the race.
Unfortunately, events like these do occur, and we encourage all the participants to check their boats before they leave the pontoon. I would just like to remind everyone to make all the necessary safety checks before leaving the pontoon. Slide on your seat a couple times, make sure it's in place, make sure your footrest is tightened, your collar gate. Senior girls.
Third place number 29. First place KGS. Second place TIA. Third place CJM.
We announce these now? The results for the first race have been announced. In first place, we have KGS, second place TIA, and third place CJM. Second race is under 21 senior girls doubles. It's a very competitive race actually.
Race number 32.
I saw a video yesterday of a cat cafe.
Under 21 girls, double sculls, QGS, LYC, CDR, CAS, attention, go.
And the race has begun. This is the under 21.
Race number 32, under 21 senior boys single scull, Heat C. Lysum lane 2, FPS lane 3, SCatch lane 4. Please take your boats out. Thank you. Senior boys single scull.
Salar, how do you feel about this race? You were an ex-Lyceum rower and you've been doing the doubles, haven't you?
I do have some experience with doubles, but it's very necessary to be bipartisan in such a role.
It's a 1,000-meter race. You cannot sprint this race. So we can see all the rowers have maintained a very steady rate, not too fast, not too slow. Boats are now crossing the 500-meter mark. This is halfway through. And we can see lane 3 slightly in lead and Cedar picking up. This is where you pick up. This is where most boats pick up. This is right in front of Boat Club CES, giving it their all.
Who's near side? CS.
CES picking their rate up, picking their power up.
CS is catching up.
They're
to
taking
Sierra.
long blades, stretching, leaning.
They're getting dangerously close to each other's lanes. Who? And Cedar has taken the lead with CAS right behind them. CAS and Cedar are still close to each other. They've both gone on the ends, close ends of their lanes. This lane. It seems as if they've matched lanes. Cedar come into CAS's, CS into Cedar's.
21 senior boys single scull, Lyceum FPS SKH. Please take your boards out. Lyceum Scala, FPS. Please take your board out.
And with the event is over, we will now go to interviews shortly.
Oh, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm Mariam with Maz and Hamdan. I wanted to ask you guys, what's been your favorite ISR memory till now?
My favorite ISR memory would be last year's ending ceremony. Even after all the, you could say, competition against each other's schools, in ending ceremony, usually everyone comes together and enjoys the fireworks and all the other fun parts of the ending ceremony. So I guess that was my favorite.
This is actually my first ISR, and so far it's been really good. And this time around things have been different because of COVID, but then it's still like a really friendly environment.
Okay, thank you.
Players out yet.
FPS single sculler, Abdullah Kashif. FPS sculler, Abdullah Kashif.
The under 18 junior boys 4 Coordinator. For those watching at home, we will be monitoring the live stream periodically, so if anyone has questions, feel free to ask.
This is to ensure everyone's safety. Please have your masks on at all times.
We now have confirmation for the results for the under 21 senior girls double scull. Lyceum first, Cedar second, CAS third, and KGS fourth.
Our next race is the under 18 junior boys fours. They're on the water already. We've got Bayview in lane 2, KGS lane 3, and CAS lane 4.
Final call, Abdullah Kashif, FPS.
The next race I feel is going to be very competitive. We've got two of the strongest junior teams on the CAS.
I can't say so far. All three teams are very strong.
Points for this race add to the Ikram Cup. The under 15 ones don't. So it's a very important race. The fours has got a lot of points.
Yeah, these are the heats for the fours, so I believe I'll have to confirm.
It's a pre-race.
Yeah, so which one is?
The under 18 juniors boys fours is just a pre-race, which means this is not to move up to another level. It doesn't take you to the semi-finals. This is just going to determine what what lane you're going to get in the finals. Do you think this is still important, Salar?
Yeah, it depends
Racing
on
for the
the
lanes.
yeah, it depends on the strategy of what the kids have planned. I mean, the conditions are totally dependent on nature, so they can't really plan in advance.
KGS, CAS, attention, go!
And the race has begun. I feel near side is in lead. That is supposedly CAS. They're taking long blades. The rate isn't too high.
It looks like CES is in the lead, with KGS right behind them.
Very good rhythm on the CAS boat.
CES is maintaining their lead. It seems to be increasing with KGS coming up behind them.
Now crossed the 500-meter mark. Got approximately a 2-boat length distance between the two boats. And we have Bayview coming in.
For those at home, the Forge is a sweep rowing boat, which basically means each crew member has one oar. The oars of sweep boats are a bit longer and a bit bigger. Coordination is more important on these sweep boats. Lack of balance and coordination is less forgiving on these boats compared to the sculls, in which each member is responsible for 2 oars. Each member has 2 oars.
I'm with the under 18 2000 meter record holder, Mohammad Shujat. I just wanted to ask you, how does it feel to break your own record?
It feels very good to be able to break my own record. I had been training for this since the past 2 or 3 months, and then I would like to thank my coaches who have worked hard on me and who've trained me and who motivated me, and made me believe that I could do this. Held the potential to do this.
First place BAS. Second place KGS. Third place BVA.
But shout out to KGS, the KGS team, who've done pretty well and who tried to
Race
pushed
number
me forward and
33. Under 18 junior girls double scull pre-race final. Lane 2 KGS, lane 3 CS, lane 4 CJM. Please take your boards out. Under 18 junior girls double scull pre-race final.
Yeah, shout out to the KGS team, Fareed Arif, who tried to take the lead from me, who tried to, and he basically pushed me. So that enabled me to break my own record.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have the heats for the under 21 senior boys single scull. Boats are lining up. Race is about to begin.
In lane 2 we've got Lyceum, lane 3 FPS, lane 4 SKH. And the race has begun.
Now we have quite the big lead.
Okay.
Who's
वो कोई बीच में तो नहीं है उस बोट के साथ?
नहीं.
We have got Lyceum and SKH on the water. It's a two boat.
FPS was also meant to be in this race, but it looks like they haven't shown up.
Once again, I'm just going to remind everybody the motto of this regatta. It is arrive, compete and leave. If everybody is done with their races, please leave the premises. It's a very close race. Lane 4 seems to be taking over.
Who's lane 4?
Excellent style. He's picking up. They're still picking up, putting
Race
more
number
power.
34, under 21 senior girls squad, pre-race final. Cedar lane 2, CS lane 3, KGS lane 4. Senior girls squad, pre-race final. Please take your boats out, girls. Cedar, CS and KGS. Under 21 senior girls squad. Thank you.
Once again, for those listening at home, we are monitoring the live stream. If you have any questions,
Guys, Arij will be taking over now. Arij.
Results for race number 34.
करारा और मजेदार। वाह, अब आया ना मजा।
has come in first place and Lyceum second.
Senior boys.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Arij Amr and I'll be taking over for Aleen.
We've got a question here from Mariam Saud. She asks, will the CGM under 15 doubles get a rero? They will not, unfortunately. The boat had to stop because their gates weren't tightened enough, and that is the responsibility of the rowers going out to check everything before they leave. Any objection should be raised prior to leaving the pontoon.
A rero is given under the circumstances that something goes wrong during the race. Like, for example, if another crew enters someone's lane. However, in this case, it was the responsibility of the team themselves to take care of their boat, which is why they will not be getting a rero. We have the under 18 junior girls double scull with KGS in lane 2, CS in lane 3, and CJM in lane 4.
We have the former captain of the boats, Mr. Dinshaw, in the live stream offering some analysis on the weather. He says tide is ebbing, visibility is poor, wind speed fortunately is only 2 kilometers per hour at present, but will pick up. Thank you, Mr. Dinshaw.
This is a reminder to please follow the SOPs. Stay 3 feet apart, wear your mask properly over your nose, and do not share any food or water or hugs.
Arrive, compete, and leave.
Race number 35, senior boys pair, pre-race final, KGS Cedar Lyceum. Please take your boats out.
KGS, CNS, CGM. Attention, go!
And the race has
Race number
started.
35, under 21 senior boys pair, pre-race final, KGS lane 2, Cedar lane 3, Lyceum lane 4. Please take your boats out.
The junior girls double scull race has now started.
Lane 3 CS seems to have taken a very strong start,
and they're currently in the lead. CS is currently in the lead.
One of the boats has lagged behind.
CS seems to have a very strong lead with KGS around 2 boat lengths behind them. There seems to be only 2 boats racing.
It seems as if the KGS boat has lagged behind.
CAS is currently in the lead with CGM around 2 boat lengths behind them and slowly catching up. CAS seems to be defending the lead. A strong start is very important for a race, and CS had a very strong start and were in the lead from the beginning, and they seem to be ending the race with a pretty strong lead.
And this concludes the double scull race. We will be back in a short while after the interviews.
KGS is now still continuing the race.
It seems they were rendered immobile during the first few hundred meters of the race. The oars might have gotten stuck in the water maybe, because the tide is quite low at the moment, but they have started to row.
Despite the unfortunate conditions that they had to go to, they're still continuing their race and trying their best to finish.
It's not uncommon for the oars to get stuck in the mud when the tide is low like this. The rowers need to make sure their blades go smoothly through the water and they don't dig their oars or let them go too deep.
It's honestly a matter of technique and how quickly they're able to recover. It really determines whether they'll be able to catch up, which does not seem to be the case in this race.
And the race has now concluded. We will now go to interviews and be back in a while. And the interviews have been delayed. Again, anyone in the live chat with questions would be happy to take them. We are monitoring the live stream.
Under 18, junior girls, double scull. First place, CAS. Second place, CJM. Third place, KGS.
Copy that. Okay. हम लोग टाइम पे शुगर है आरिफ अभी तक तो मोर और लेस अभी 10 बजे का है ना 2-3 मिनट है अभी निकली है ये बोट बोट पहुंची है पूरे से है वहाँ पे डबल एंड स्टार्ट प्लीज एक्नॉलेज टू फिनिश
I'd like to take a moment to thank our gold sponsor, HPL Asset Management, and our silver sponsor, Jubilee Life Insurance, without whom this event could not have taken place. Thank you.
कल के शेड्यूल का प्रिंट आउट चाहिए वही तो कह रहा हूं
ब्लैंक वाला दूं
हैं
ब्लैंक वाला है
हां ब्लैंक
कल आबिद को भेजा हुआ
We have a question from Uruj Kashif. She says, I have a question. Isn't KGS always first? And so far, KGS has come first only once today.
Yeah, Ruth, that seems more like a comment than a question. Try again.
We now have the under 21 senior girls squad. This is a pre-race, Cedar lane 2, CAS lane 3 and KGS lane 4. A pre-race is used just to determine the lane that you will get in results.
Race number 36. Under 21 senior boys 4, Heat C, Lyceum Lane 2, KGS Lane 3. Please take your boats out. Under 21, Senior Boys 4. Lyceum and KGS. Thank you.
And we have a question by Shafi Mingle. He asks, when is the race starting? Shafi, the next race is starting shortly. The boats are lining up now.
The race that is about to start is the under 21 senior girls quad with Cedar in lane 2, CAS in lane 3, and KGS in lane 4. Guys, this is a reminder to please follow SOPs, wear your mask properly, covering your nose, stay at least 3 feet apart, and do not share food, drinks, or hugs.
I'd like to thank our bronze sponsors for the event. We have United States Educational Foundation in Pakistan, ESOL Laboratories, Jaffer G's, Angro Polymer and Chemicals, International Steel Limited, Hilton Pharmaceuticals, Samba Bank, Habib Metropolitan Bank, and Bank Al Habib.
Coach Asghar, report to Control Commission, please. Under 21 girls squad, Cedar, CAS, Karachi Grammar School. Attention, go!
The race is now in motion. All 3 boats seem to have a very strong start and are neck to neck. It's difficult to tell which boat is in the lead right now.
We have a comment here in the live chat from Shafe Mengul. He says he's enjoying the commentary. Thank you, Shafe. We're doing our
Cedar and CES seem to be very close together.
CES has a short lead from the rest of the boats.
KGS has now caught up to Cedar College and is now trying to catch up to CES.
And it looks like they're going to take a lead.
KGS has now caught up to CES. They are now neck to neck, and Cedar seems to be falling behind. It seems to be very close. Will CS be able to catch up in the last 100 meters?
CS will need to pick it up right now if they want to take over KGS. They have quite a comfortable lead on them.
CS seems to have increased their rate, but we are unsure as to whether they'll be able to catch up to KGS.
What happened?
That was, ladies and gentlemen, a photo finish, and we have to wait for the results. Oh, they were literally like this.
Race. A photo finish indeed. We'll wait for confirmation from the umpire.
Race to We are now anxiously waiting for results, as that was a very close call. We'll have to wait for the pictures to be seen and the results to be decided.
I repeat, results for race number 34, under 21, senior girls quadruple scull. First place CAS, second place KGS, third place CDR.
And the results have been announced. We have CES coming up in first place.
Even though I submitted a certificate saying I'm fine. The problem was on their end. I was pulling a 500 meter race and they had put me in a 2000 meter race with no training. It's an entirely different ball game. To do a 2000 meter race, you need to train 500.
वो आखिर में उठा लिया हाँ उसने सीएस ने
सीएस जीत गया
हाँ
वो तो बहुत से कितना केजी कितना आगे था वो इसलिए बैठ गया मैंने कहा तो जीत गया
उन्होंने आगे आखिर में पुल कर लिया हुआ सीएस जीत गया आखिर में पता नहीं
Is KGS and in third is Cedar.
मैं दे लगा दिया सर
And we're off to interviews.
यहाँ से वो आगे निकल गया था ग्रामर
I'm here with
CS ने पकड़ लिया
the Lyceum captains, and I've got a question for you guys. What do you think is the most important trait a captain should have? This is Fiza. Fiza, can you tell us?
I think the most important it's how you bring the team along with you as you train. It's carrying the team together, and every step you take has to be with everyone else.
Sahar, what do you think?
I think that patience and accountability is very important, and the whole team should work together, and you should really relate with them and understand how they're going through.
Thank you so much, guys.
Hello, how are you?
That race was a true testament of Coach Anil's training. CS managed to pull through in the last hour, and it's very commendable how well both KGS and CS rode in this race.
you move from here or disband you? नहीं, I'm here only. कितने बजे बंद हो रहा है? 2:45, तो 3 बजे जा सकता है, लेकिन मेरे पास है ही नहीं. I mean, my jeans.
क्रीक लंच और सिद्दीकी ना जाए ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है?
नहीं, बाहर हो सकता है. नहीं यार, ड्यूटी पे तो मैं नहीं जाता हूँ.
I first rode in '88, but only for 3 years. Then from 2000.
हाँ. क्या?
क्यों गैप क्यों दिया था?
पढ़ना भी होता है.
साथ साथ भी पढ़ते.
It's very commendable when schools like CS, CJM, BVA, TIA, and FPS, when they race under 21, because they're usually up against colleges like Cedar and Nixa and Lyceum. And the fact that they still managed to win the race is very commendable and shows their efforts and training.
Final call, senior boys 4, Lyceum KGS. Race number 37, under 18 junior boys squad, pre-race final. KGS lane 2, TIA lane 3, CS lane 4. Under 18 junior boys squad, pre-race final. KGS, TIA, CS.
The under 21 senior boys pairs are now lining up. This is also a pre-race. In lane 2 we have KGS, in lane 3 we have Cedar College, and in lane 4 we have Lyceum. We're closely following all of the comments and questions on the live, so feel free to ask any questions that you have from us.
team. Attention. Go.
The under-21 senior boys pairs has now started. CDR, Lyceum and KGS.
This pair is a coxless pair, like all our pairs here at Boat Club, but they do come with coxes as well, a seat for the coxes.
It's difficult to tell who is in the lead right now.
Race number 37, under 18 junior boys squad, pre-race final, KGS, TIA, CS. TIA. TIA. Under 18 boys squad, TIA. Please take your board out.
Again, there's a lot of balance and coordination required on these pairs compared to other boats.
Lyceum seems to be in the lead with CDR right behind them.
Indeed, we have CDR right behind them.
KGS has caught up to Lyceum now. All three boats are now neck to neck. KGS has taken a very slight lead from Lyceum and CDR is falling slightly behind. Lyceum now has managed to pick up and are currently in the lead.
LYC has taken the lead.
Lyceum is now almost one boat length ahead of everyone else to catch up with KGS. Lyceum is very comfortable in their lead and Cedar seems to be getting out of the back in the lane. KGS seems to be slightly ahead of Cedar, but Cedar is trying to pick up. And Lyceum is way ahead of everybody else and is almost ready to finish the race. And the race has now come to an end. Lyceum seemed to have done really well in this race. What do you think, as a former captain of Lyceum, what do you think is the key instruction that Coach Essen gives to his team?
Yeah, very pleased to see Lyceum win this race. Truly impressive display. What was the question again?
What do you think Coach Essen tells his team that that pick was amazing and they managed to get such a strong lead?
Results for race number 35. Under 21.
You see, Coach Ashen is actually one of the most passionate
First
coaches.
place, LYC. Second place, KGS. Third place, TDR.
The results for under 21 senior boys pair are now in. In first place is Lyceum, in second is KGS, and in third is Cedar College. This was a pre-race, and a pre-race is just for determining the lanes that they get in the finals.
चटपटा, करारा और मजेदार। वाह, अब आया ना मजा।
Guys, this is a reminder to please follow the SOPs, wear a mask properly above your nose at all times, stay at least 3 feet away from each other, and please do not share food, water, or hugs.
Arrive, compete, and leave. Okay, I'm gonna. So, Rich, what has your experience been like in rowing? How long have you been rowing?
So I've been rowing for 8 years now. I was previously captain of the CAS school, and then I was captain at Nixa College, and I just graduated last year.
Wow, congratulations. Virtually, I assume.
Yes, the last few months were virtually. And honestly, rowing has changed so much over the years. I feel like, don't you think that people have drastically improved and the competition has become very intense? Like, we didn't have records breaking every year. Like, it was very uncommon for records to be broken.
What pauser?
Yeah, I totally agree. I was checking out the results, the record sheet, and most of the records were from the past.
Race number 39, under 18 junior girls 4, pre-race final. CGM lane 2, KGS lane 3, CS lane 4. Please take your boards out. Under 18 junior girls 4, pre-race final. Thank you.
This is the under 21 senior boys fours, heat C. In lane 2 we have Lyceum and in lane 3 we have KGS. The race has started. KGS seems to be in the lead. They seem to have an extremely strong lead, almost one. In that, Lyceum is trying to catch up, but KGS is maintaining the lead very well. Almost 2 boat lengths ahead of Lyceum now.
Indeed, a very comfortable lead KGS has.
KGS has now decreased their rate and now are focusing on finishing the race.
And the distance between them is yet widening by the second. We're coming off to a close, almost ending the race.
This race was an easy win for KGS.
And we're off to interviews. We'll be back in a short while.
Hi, I'm with Kaid right now. He is the ex-Cedar captain and a senior rower in the team right now. Kaid, can you tell me about your favorite rowing memory?
My favorite rowing memory, like there are a lot of memories, but I'd say my favorite one was when I pulled my first indoor race at the 2018 Inter-School Regatta at Habib, and in my first race I pulled the 4x2000 meters, and we managed to break the record of that race That was my first ever race, and in my first ever race, we broke the record, which was a huge honor, and it gave me a lot of extra points on the team as well.
That is excellent. Is that the race you got disqualified in?
Thankfully not. My first race that I got disqualified was a few months right after that race.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene, for that interview. I must say we're very privileged to have access to the facilities here at Boat Club. They're truly world class. We have a huge stock of Concept 2 Model E machines and Model D as well, the gold standard for indoor rowing, and our boats as well. We have Windtech boats, even Solanis. Updating our fleets, we recently bought, I think, 2 carbon fiber boats, 4s and a quad.
Someone has requested to repeat the results for the last few races. So for race 34, under 21 senior girls quad, it was a pre-race. Pre-race is only for determining your lane in the finals. So in first place was CAS, in second place was KGS, and in third place was Cedar College. In the race number 35, under 21 senior boys pairs was also a pre-race, in which KGS came first and Lyceum came second. For race number 35, under 21 senior boys pairs, which was a pre-race, Lyceum came first, KGS came second.
No, I'm announcing the previous result. Okay. I'm not announcing this one. 36. मैं 35 कर रही हूँ.
हमारा 4G.
कुछ आया लाइव में?
नहीं.
नहीं यार.
Can I have some 3G?
Do you have 3G? I'm on like 4%. It's in making learning. I'm just trying to connect to the Wi-Fi.
Quadruple Sky, KTS, TIA, CAS, attention, go.
अभी तो मरियम करेगी ना? अभी तो तुम दोनों करोगे. मरियम करे तुम? Who is this? This is that guy ना, the media guy.
क्या हुआ?
I mean we all अब फिर से आप कुछ हो जाएंगे तो किसका दे रही हो? मरियम का दे रही हो ना, because अभी तो हो गया इसलिए ठीक है. अभी किसका? मरियम we're done now. You guys are coming on. अभी बस ये इस रेस के बाद.
Race number 37 has now started, the under 18 junior boys squad, which is a pre-race. Lane 2 is KGS, lane 3 is TIA, and lane 4 is CAS.
Danish uncle is messaging me. I don't know what you.
What's he saying?
What did he say? Hi, this is Danish. I had such a zero. What did you write? With an I. You'd be like, she's so fucking dumb.
Salah, you're fans.
Why did I like?
What?
Yeah,
No, it's
Salah,
his cousin.
you're a great
What
fan.
हो
I'm a
गया?
big fan of your
It's
company.
his
Stop
brother.
telling people that.
That's all. Kids sent to each other.
Okay.
Last
Ali,
episode
did you
was 10 to
send my contact like this?
Any questions?
With the heart and a word?
KGS and CAS seem to have taken the lead, with TIA falling behind.
Race number 39, under 18 junior girls 4, please take your boats out. CGM lane 2, KGS lane 3, CS lane 4. Please take your boat out.
Announce this? We'll say this. What did he say? He told us we've already said this.
The type?
We'll say this. Mention it.
The type thing, who's saying it again?
We'll use this. Yes. Who's in the lead? We'll use this for sure. Who's in the lead, Tanya?
Lane 2.
Lane 2?
Just wait, just let them come. I can't tell properly.
KGS is now in the lead with CS falling behind and TIA nearly 2.5 boat lengths behind. CS is now picking up and slowly catching up to KGS. They have now caught up to KGS and are now slowly taking the lead.
Building up their speed, increasing their lead slightly by the second.
CS has now managed to take the lead and now are slowly increasing it, and KGS is now falling behind. Will they be able to catch up?
That's not you commentating right now, it's me.
Why is that so loud?
CS seems to be in a very comfortable lead right now. KGS has not managed to catch up.
Yo.
KGS kids, you guys are not allowed here.
And you're not scaring the way. Is there a problem, Ali?
He's just telling us what to say. यार ये क्यों खड़े होते हैं सामने? ये दूसरे कैमरा पे क्यों नहीं स्विच हो रहा? ऐसा हो गया.
It doesn't fan.
That's serious, right?
Just say we see our participants finishing the race, that's it.
The race has now nearly come to an end. The first two boats have finished.
We've got one boat left.
TIA is now finishing the race. We are awaiting the results.
Awaiting. And the race has now concluded.
We will now be handing over the commentating to Arlene Hussain and Maria Miraj.
Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be heading out. Arlene will be replacing me.
I repeat, results for race number 37, under 18, junior boys, quadruple skull. First place, CAS. Second place, KGS. Third place, TIA.
Copy. Okay, Annabelle, for the race number 36, under 21 senior boys 4 plus, Lyceum, first place, KGS, DQ. You just announced that Lyceum
चटपटा, करारा और मजेदार। वाह, अब आया ना मजा।
Results for race number 35. Finish to control. Number 36, under 21, senior boys 4. Third place, Lyceum.
Copy that.
The results for under 21 senior boys 4s, Lyceum first place. The results for under 18 junior boys squad are, Mariam, can you please announce them?
CS first place, KGS second place, and TIA third place.
Guys, if you've got any questions, you can send them in on the live. We will be answering them. Once
Race
again,
number 40, under 21 senior boys squad, pre-race final, Lyceum CS KGS Cedar. Please take your board out.
motto of the
Race
regatta.
number 38, under 18 junior boys double scull, heat C, FEC lane 2, CS lane 4, 3. Please take your board out.
Our
Junior boys double scull.
Please leave the premises.
Once again, our motto for this regatta is arrive, compete, leave. If you're done with your races, please leave the premises.
This is just to ensure everyone's safety. Please have your masks on at all times, maintain a 3 feet distance from each other, and avoid sharing water and any other physical contact, including congratulatory hugs. Violation of SOPs will result in a yellow card. Our next race is going to be the under 18 junior girls 4s. We have got CJM KGS and CS. Mariam, how do you feel about this race? You've always been coaxing the CGM boat since I think the past 5 years.
Yeah, I have been while I was there. I just think that they need to focus on the wind pressure and the water pressure and figure out like how they need to like keep the boat straight during the
That
entire
goes for
time.
everyone, not just CGM.
Yeah,
I think everybody should be
yeah.
doing that.
Senior boys squad, please take your boards out. Lyceum CS KGS Cedar, please take your boards out now. Double skull, under 18 junior boys, double skull. FEC lane 2, CS lane 3. FEC and CS. Double skull.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by Kazim and Rayan, two young double scholars from Bayview Academy. Congratulations on your win today, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, how do you feel about the finals tomorrow? Any particular boats you're looking out for? Any particular teams?
Not really, but we just have a fight with CS. So we're just gonna go all out and try to win.
Any thoughts, Rayan?
Same, get the lead, hopefully win.
Well, good luck for tomorrow, guys, and thank you for joining us.
We have got a question from Mimo Cavallo. He asks, what is the next race? The next race is the under 18 junior girls fours. In lane 2, we've got CJM. Lane 3, we've got KGS. And lane 4, we've got CAS.
Under 18 boys, double skull. Please take your board out here. Hurry up. CS and FEC. Final call, license card. Please take your board out. This is your final call now. उस तरफ लेके जाओ.
KGS, CS, attention, go.
And the race has begun. All teams have taken a start. Once again, in lane 2, we've got CJM, lane 3, KGS, lane 4, CAS. This is one of the most competitive races of the regatta, actually, since the 4 has a lot of points. After the 8s, it's the 4s that has the most points. All boats are neck and neck, can't really tell who's in lead right now. That's because all crews are really strong and they work all year round just to train on the 4s. It's a very technical boat. KGS seems to be in the lead as of now. It's a long race, it's a 1,000-meter race. Anything could happen. This is just the first 200 meters of the race. CJM and CAS are neck and neck. The water is heavy for everybody right now. No lane is in too much of a disadvantage, but I feel far side is slightly in a heavier lane.
KGS has taken a 1 boat length lead for now.
Very comfortable lead actually, and you can tell they're not speeding their rate up, they're just maintaining their power, clean blade work, not panicking. CS is now ahead of CJM actually.
CS is picking up and catching up to KGS at this point.
CJM struggling in the heavy water.
This is a time where most boats, this is what's going to decide.
Cross the 500-meter mark. Now this is where the race really begins. It's all about endurance, all about stamina. KGS slowly picking up. Will they be able to pick up? They're getting slightly cutting lanes now. CS decreasing the distance between them, but KGS still comfortably ahead. Now is the time to pick up. They've reached the red, boys. The race is about to end. This is where you give it your all. It's now or never, really.
One. Senior girls 4, 3-race final. Under leader lane 2, KGS lane 3, Lysam lane 4. Please take your boats out. Under 21, senior girls 4. Senior KGS Lysam. Thank you.
I have just been told on the KGS boat we had 2 record breakers actually of the 2 by 1,000 meter race. We had Zoraise, Suhail and Hania Ahmed. Hania Ahmed also has a 2K record. That's excellent.
Cedar is picking up now.
Cedar is picking up. They're picking up. They're taking long oars. Clean blades. You can see their rowing is very clean, but so is KGS. Do they have a lane advantage? KGS, I think they do.
But CS is catching up now.
Looks like it. And they seem to be side by.
It's a 4-lane race. It's very competitive. CAS and Lyceum neck and neck. Who do you think is going to take it? Salar, what do you say? That's your ex-crew on water?
CS and KGS are also, Cedar and KGS are also neck and neck. Cedar and KGS.
And they have reached meters of the race. You have to give it your all. Once again, tell you the official results. The results for race number 40, under 21 senior boys squad, have been announced. In first place, we have Cedar. In second place, we have KGS. In third place, we have Lyceum. And in fourth place, we have CAS. It was a pre-race just to determine the lanes. Once again, we see CAS in the under 21 category. That is great.
Under 18 junior boys double sculls.
Race number 42. Under 18 junior girls squad. 8C, Bayview Academy lane 2, TIA lane 3, CGM lane 4. Please take your boats out. Race number 42. Under 18 junior girls squad. Thank you.
Right now on the water, we have the under 18 junior boys double sculls. This is a heat. In lane 2, we have FEC, and lane 3, we have CS. Both boats are neck and neck. It is a long race. Can't really tell what's going to happen right now. Near side seems to be in a slight lead, not too much.
CS seems to be in the lead right now.
Results for race number 38, under 18, junior boys, double sculls. First, CAS. Second, FEC.
In the under 18 heat for junior boys double scull, CUS came first place and FEC came second place. Yeah? What were you saying?
I was saying, should I introduce myself?
Yeah, I said it. I said it that, oh, Mira is coming, Starvalin now. I'm just doing this race, Cedar, KGS, Lyceum, and then I'm done. Or I can just do it. See, just towards far side.
Race number 42, under 18 junior girls squad. Baby Academy lane 2, TIA lane 3, CGM lane 4. Please take your boards out.
We're reminding you again, the motto for this regatta is arrive, compete, leave. So when you're done with the races, please leave the premises.
Race number 43. Under 21 senior boys 8, Heat C, CS lane 2, Lyceum lane 3. Please take your boards out. 21 senior boys 8. Thank you.
The senior girls fours are lining up now. It's Cedar in lane 2, KGS lane 3, and Lyceum lane 4.
Senior boys 8. Please take your boards out. CS lane 2, Lyceum lane 3. CS and Lyceum. Please take your aids out. Thank you.
Attention, go!
Okay, guys, the race has started. Lyceum is near.
Lyceum is towards the near side and Cedar is towards the far side in lane 2. KGS is in the middle. Right now it's too early to tell. All of them are neck to neck for now.
Why are we still facing this way if we have two monitors right here?
So they're off to a strong start. I think KGS has a bit of a lead. But from this angle, it still looks pretty close. What do you think, Mariam?
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell. It's a very long race. You'll know. It's a 1,000-meter race. This is like the first 200 meters.
I feel like all three boats are going at a pretty fast pace because we're quite early in the race.
Yeah. After this, they're going to gradually slow down.
Yeah, this is a 1,000-meter race. You do have to pace yourself. We can see that KGS is in the lead. Lyceum not too far behind. I think it's between those two boats.
Cedar is towards the far side. The water is heavy over there. It's difficult to row.
It's unfortunate for those who are on the far side because they do have a lane disadvantage due to the current.
Lyceum is also now close to KGS. They're all pulling.
As they approach the 506-meter mark, they might gradually pick it up. KGS still has a substantial lead of half a boat length.
Lyceum can pick up and then they can get the lead.
The rowers are about to reach boat club.
KGS is still in the lead for now.
I think they're thinking about increasing their pace. We can see the KGS cocks screaming. All the cocks are screaming at the rowers to pick up the pace.
This is where the boats usually pick up the pace and then it's decided who gets the lead. You can see Lyceum trying to catch up to KGS.
Lyceum has increased their pace. They're closing the gap.
Lyceum is closing into KGS. They're catching up with strong oars.
They've
and
caught
picking
up.
They're almost catching up now.
Half a boat length left.
Even less.
1/3 of a boat length.
Lyceum is almost caught up to them.
We
It's
can
close for the lead.
we can hear both cocks are screaming out their lungs.
They're both neck to neck. It's very close.
I think Lyceum's got up to KGS and has gotten a lead now. Now it all depends on these last couple hundred meters.
Lyceum is picking up. They're both neck to neck. Let's see how it goes. Both boats are pulling really well.
They've just passed Karachi Boat Club approaching Beach Luxury.
Now this is the time where they're going to decide to up. This is a pre-race.
Okay, we see that Lyceum has a lead, I think, of one boat length or half a boat length.
Even lesser, but
The race, yeah, the race is about to end. You can see that the color of the boys are changing.
these are the last 100 meters. This is where everyone goes all out and just finishes the race. Cedar is also pulling, but they're pulling very lightly, as you can see.
Cedar is a bit far behind. But
And it was a close race. And
that
the
was a
race
very close race.
The race has almost ended. They're just waiting for Cedar to cross the finish line.
Final call, senior boys 8, CS and Lyceum. This is your final call now. Please take your boats out. Your race time is... Please take your...
Hi guys, I'm here with Mali from C College, and Mali, I have a question for you. You know, your family, they're full of rowers, and you know, Cheyenne has been my captain too, and what kind of pressure does that put on you?
I mean, yeah, sure that there is a bit pressure because there's this big standard set for them, you know. A lot,
121,
trying to get to the expectations. They you know, when they come as captain as well, and we'll see.
Okay, so what are your plans to meet the expectations?
Train, that's all.
Okay, well, good luck. You know, I was your captain once, and I'm very proud of how far you've come. So good luck for all of your races, Mali.
Who wins?
The results for race 41 are here. First place Lyceum, second place KGS, and third place Cedar. Okay, now I'm leaving and Umar will be taking over instead of me.
Academy. Convent of Jesus and Mary. Attention, look.
Hey everyone, I'm now joined by Umar. Umar, would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello everyone, this is Umar joining the broadcast table. We are here to represent the second day of the regatta. Currently we're viewing the under 18 junior girls quads between Bayview Academy, the Indus Academy and CJM.
Yep. Bayview Academy is lane 2, TIA lane 3, CGM lane 4. And the race has started, and it seems that all three boats have a strong start, but no one has a visible lead from our viewing. It's still early in the race, though, so there's plenty of time to establish a lead. Like, what would be your strategy for a quad race like this?
It would be to go slow during the initial period because the water is really calm at the moment. So I would focus on technique. Once the technique is down by the midway through, I would start pushing really hard for the last 500 meters just to gain speed and momentum and try to overtake everyone else and just win the race.
Yeah. Okay, we can see that CJM has established a lead, and it's between them and Bayview Academy. Both of them are going quite similarly. Wouldn't you say that it's important to have like a strong start?
It's very important to have a strong start because it sets you up for the rest of the race, right?
Yeah.
What you want to do is you can go either way. You can exert a lot of power right at the beginning and try to get a lead initially, or you could wait it out for a bit, wait till your opponents tire out slightly, and then you can pick up the pace while just focusing on technique.
Yeah.
The one thing you don't want to do right at the beginning is go out of your lane or start drifting.
I think that's what's happening with I think that's what happened with TIA. I think they drifted a bit too much and they had to be guided back. But now, back to the race, we can see that CGM has picked it up.
Absolutely, they're doing a wonderful job. All four of them coordinating really well for the squads.
Yeah, the rowers have approached Karachi Boat Club. CGM has quite a bit of a lead. This is the point where they start picking up their race.
Their forms, they're not pushing really hard, kicking well, taking long strokes, and just cruising throughout this race at the moment.
You're right. Look, their blade work is impeccable. It looks so clean. There's no splashing. Very clean rowing. And they know they're in a lead, so they don't have to put in that much.
Yeah, but the way they've taken the lead, it feels as if such clean technique. They're trying to show off a bit. I don't know, maybe?
We're followed by...
Do you copy?
I copy, but you need to repeat.
Result for race number 42, under 18 junior girls squad. First CJM, second BVA, third TIA.
Noted.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by two rowers from FEC. Tremendous effort today, guys. We all know that your school is new to the rowing program and you guys have been rowing just for 1 year, but you still managed to bag a couple of medals in indoor. My question to you is, what do you think you could do differently next year in terms of outdoor rowing?
Well, in my opinion, I think we could work more on our blade work, reduce the splashing of the oars. I think that will go a long way in increasing the speed our boat finishes the race and could go towards winning a medal. Yeah.
Any thoughts, Shahrukh?
Yeah, we should improve our stamina and like put more power into rowing and work on our stroke.
Thank you, Ibrahim and Shahrukh, and good luck to you guys. Hope to see you next year winning even more medals.
Thank you very much.
Lyceum 8.
करारा और मजेदार। वाह, अब आया ना मजा।
Guys, our live chat is open for questions. So we'll be taking those. So just if you have a question, just shoot it in the comments and we'll be happy to respond to it.
Even if you just want to have a friendly chat with your commentators, we'd be willing to talk to you if you approach us in chat.
Race number 44. Under 21 senior girls 8. Lyceum lane 2, Cedar lane 3.
Okay, guys, for the rest of the day, we'll be...
Next race under 21 senior girls 8, Lyceum and Cedar. Doctor, please report to Control Commission. Doctor. FEC or HKS, any official here, please report to Control Commission.
कौन कहाँ चला गया लेकिन है ही नहीं ना ये लोग तो
Next race, Junior Girls 8, Lyceum Cedar. Please take your birds out, Lyceum and Cedar.
Okay, guys, we're back. The race we're currently watching at is under 21 senior boys CAS versus Lyceum. CAS is towards the far side and Lyceum is towards the near side. Currently, both boats are approaching Nasarwanji, close to the 500-meter mark, and they're both going neck and neck. I love watching an eights race because just watching 8 people on a boat match their timing, being synchronized, is just so satisfying. It's just so nice to watch.
Oh, absolutely. And coordinating to keep the boat straight while you only have one oar in your hand requires a lot of technique and a lot of dependency and trust in your other teammates that they're going to push as hard as you're pushing and they're going to pull as smoothly as you do as well.
And I think the Cox has a very important role to play as well because we can see CAS is picking up the pace, but Lyceum is not slowing down because we can see that they're increasing the rate.
It's going to be a very close finish at this point. Does seem to be running out of steam at the moment. Lyceum will most probably catch up, but will they be able to overtake them or not? That is to be seen.
These guys are approaching Beach Luxury, and from here, look.
Oh, that was a very close race. We are just waiting for the final results to be announced. Hold your horses, everyone. This could be game defining.
Next race, Senior Girls 8, Lyceum and Cedar. Senior Girls 8, Lyceum and Cedar, please take your boat out.
All captains, all rowing crews, a little tip for you. You know, if you pick up your rate, your boat will go faster, correct? But if you're taking a full stroke and you've got a high rate, you'll get tired. So what can you do? Take a high rate but not get tired. The tip is do 10 or 15 half strokes or three-quarter strokes during the event. Automatically your rate will go faster, but you will not be exerting that much. You will get that pick to pick your boat up and get in touch with the other crew which is slightly ahead. This is a tip for all of you.
CS Lyceum.
Results for race number 43, under 21 senior boys 8th, CES first, Lyceum second.
And ladies and gentlemen, just as you heard, CS has indeed won their race. They held on to the lead throughout.
Lyceum did incredibly well by picking up right at Karachi Boat Club. But as Mr. Danish Uncle said, that it's not about picking up your rate.
Next race, Senior Girls 8, Lyceum Lane 2, Cedar Lane 3.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I've got here with me two more record holders, Hania and Zurez. Hania has the record for under 18 girls 2000 and 2x1000. Thank you for joining us, Hania.
Oh, thank you.
Guys, what do you think about the competition this year in terms of outdoor racing?
It's different from last year because of COVID, but I think it's still like the races are going very well.
And did you guys face any challenges training this year compared to last?
This year we actually trained more than last year, our school in particular, but still the races are very fierce and the competition is fierce.
Great, guys. Thank you for joining us.
The crews going out look nervous. The crews preparing look nervous. Everybody remember one thing. It's not whether you win or lose. It's how you play the game. So don't think about winning when you go out. Think about rowing well and let the rest happen on its own. Just think about rowing well. All right?
Did we announce it? No, no.
Not yet, they're going out right now. So,
ये अभी नहीं अभी हो रही है
कि ही हमने कॉल की है
हाँ
हाँ
तो ये हुई
तो
नहीं
बोट
है
वापस आ गई ना
हाँ तो अभी अब हुई नहीं है ना
हो गई बोट वापस आ गई अब सीडर वाले जा रहे हैं
That's what I'm
we
saying.
only have 2 hits yeah so yeah it's Lyceum seeded right now
Yeah, so that's what I'm
fine, it's fine. It's fine. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have here the former captain of the boats, Mr. Danish Dinshaw, joining us for an interview.
Hi, everyone. Just a little history about rowing in Karachi and in Asia. Rowing started in the subcontinent with all the trading posts in the old British Raj days, which were seaports and trading posts having rowing clubs springing up. The first few, I think, were Madras or Calcutta. The boat club sprang up in 1881. And in 1930s, all these rowing clubs, not only here, but in Burma, in Rangoon, in Singapore, in Philippines, club, all of us got together and we formed what is known as the Amateur Rowing Association of the East. There used to be an ARAE race in one place, in one of the Asian countries, clubs, every year. In fact, Boat Club has hosted the ARAE twice in my tenure, and I hope we can do it in future too. Rowing is an excellent sport, and it also creates a fraternity. I've noticed that many crews are tense and stressed out. Don't be tense, don't be stressed, just concentrate on rowing well. Remember, especially the eights and the fours and the quads, forget about power. Just concentrate on doing a clean, steady rate, good stroke. You want to take the rate up? As I told you earlier, a tip for taking the rate up and not getting tired, do 10 to 15 three-quarter strokes or half strokes, whatever your crew is used to, during the race. This way you will be doing a faster rate without getting too tired. I hope you all the very best. And in today's conditions, it's a hot day. It's a slack tide. The tide's not moving too much. The wind, luckily, is not a bad crosswind as it was yesterday. So the only thing against you is the depth of the water. The shallower the water, the heavier your boat will sit. So this is a tip to remember. All right? Okay, all the best.
I may ask you a question, Danish Uncle. As one of the oldest rowers here at Boat Club, having founding the team, KGS team in 1980s, could you tell us a bit about how the creek and the course have changed over the decades, if it has? Because a lot of the younger rowers here might not have noticed the differences.
I started rowing in 1973, actually, 72. And in KGS in 1973, we started rowing as an official sport. And the three of us who started it got a rowing color from the principal in those days. In those days, we used to fish in this creek. Imagine that. What you see across Shirin Jinnah, actually that certain section was open to the sea. So the fresh sea water would come in. There was no Mai Kolachi, so the creek and the marshes were much bigger, and this area, the water would be much, much cleaner. In fact, my father says in the days when he used to come to the boat club, they used to swim from the club and there was a beach, and people with umbrellas would sit. I can't imagine that now. Rowing has started and with immense passion, thanks to Arif in 2005, when he had this vision of putting together schools and encouraging to have youth rowing in our club. And I'm very happy Arif did that, and the club is immensely grateful to this invaluable contribution by Arif to the rowing fraternity of Asia.
Thank you very much, Danish Uncle.
Race number 45. Under 21, senior boys 8, Cedar lane 2, KGS lane 3. Please take your boats out. Senior boys 8, Cedar and KGS. Manahil Hussain, report to Control Commission.
Hey guys, we're back with the under. Uh-oh, we can see.
Yeah, they need to course correct very quickly. We don't want to repeat what happened yesterday again. And they need to then pick up the pace and pick up the rate because Cedar seems to be running away with this.
They first need to go back into their lane. Lyceum needs to go back into their lane and.
Regardless of whether they're in the lane or not, as long as they don't obstruct their opponents, they'll be fine. But they do really need to get themselves back into this race. That's what's most important. I think quite a bit for Lyceum. They seem to be stuck in place for some reason.
I think they're trying to work out their bearings to get back on track, but Cedar looks...
Maybe, but they might also have some sort of technical failure.
I could... Yeah.
Oh, and now their issue seems to be resolved. Lyceum has now started rowing.
And they're back. They're catching up to Cedar.
Meanwhile, Cedar seems to be going off course all of a sudden. A strange turn of
Guys,
events.
please maintain social distance or you will get a yellow card. KGS and Cedar.
The boats or the kids?
Danish uncle says that the KGS manager... That this... Okay guys, back to the race. Cedar looks really comfortable. Lyceum also looks pretty comfortable, but do you think they'll be able to catch up?
The way they're going right now, they might just be because Cedar doesn't seem to be going straight at the moment. They're going in a very diagonal direction.
It looks like they're going at a pretty easy pace as well.
Their lead is gargantuan at this point. I don't think Lyceum could do anything to overtake them. If they keep rowing like this, these girls are doing really well.
They're doing phenomenal.
Just gliding on the water is very steady. There's no
tide,
wind.
wind.
There's nothing to deter them. They're just giving it their all and just smooth sailing.
It just... Their rowing is so clean. They... Lyceum is also doing pretty well. They have nice clean oars, but the distance is too much to be able to make up. It's unfortunate that they had a bad start though.
It seems that way, and we can see over the course of the past 2 days, Lyceum has had a bit of a tough time with their starts. I feel it's something that they need to work out, they need to talk about. The captain and the coach need to sit down, rethink their strategy for their starts. Because if this goes on, tomorrow will be very difficult for Lyceum.
Omar, could it also...
Everyone has the same boats. So blaming the way you row your losses on your boat, I don't know, that just doesn't feel right. I mean, you can make a lot of excuses, but at the end of the day, it really just comes down to what you do out there by yourself on the water, right? So
And you also do have a lot of time to prepare for a race like this. You have months.
Not that. You have a lot of time to talk to your teammates. You have a lot of time to calm down, even when you're on the water. Because as you can see, we go from boat club to the starting pontoon. They have a lot of time in which they can manage to take charge, identify any issues with their boats, any issue with their rudders, and just have a talk with the umpire at the starting pontoon before the race even starts. All right, another tip from Danish uncle.
You know, you guys are totally right. The weather just now is unforgiving. It's very hot. It's sunny. By the time you go to the start pontoon, you know, your hydration levels fall. One tip that we used to do, I just thought of it when I was competing. One tip is that take ordinary 7-Up or soda water, put lemonade or fresh lime in it, and put a little salt in it, and have that before you go out. This will hydrate you in an excellent manner. It's like an ORS fix before you go out.
I agree. You need something like that on a hot day like this for sure. I remember when we used to compete, we used to take honey and put honey on our lips before like an indoor race.
Well, I personally always used to take a bottle of ORS with me on the boat itself. While I was just waiting for the race to start, while I was going to the starting pontoon, I would always have a couple of sips right before the race started. So I'd get my energy levels up, I'd get some salts in me to sweat out during the race as well. It just helped me a lot.
And you can feel the difference by the end of the race. You feel a lot better. You're not so dizzy, you're not so nauseous.
Hello.
Guys, reminder, follow SOPs, wear your mask. Wear your mask, stay 3 feet apart, you get a yellow card. Danish uncle is on his way to check if you guys are following SOPs. He's got lots of yellow cards in his hand.
Maybe a few reds as well.
Hello. We've got Vanessa here with me. Vanessa is from Bayview Academy. Vanessa, Coach Jamil makes you do a lot of drills on the water. So what do you think is the importance of doing these drills, and which is your favorite drill?
I feel like drills are really important for like making your rowing better. And one of the drills of my favorite is the square pedaling, because it really helps with keeping balance.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go.
चटपटा, करारा और मजेदार।
You need to repeat.
मजा।
Guys, results are in Cedar.
Under 21 senior girls 8, Cedar first, Lyceum second.
Copy that.
Guys, results are in Cedar first and Lyceum second for under 21 senior girls 8s. Our next race is another
Race number 45. Senior boys 8, please take your boats out. Cedar and KGS.
Our next race is
Cedar lane 2, KGS lane 3. Please take your boats out. Hurry up.
Guys, we're preparing for the next race. Under 21 senior boys, 8 Cedar versus KGS. Cedar is on the far side and KGS will be on the near side. Both boats are just prepping, checking their oars, their seats, hydrating. The Anish uncle's tip is that you should carry a bottle of ORS with some lemon, some salt, and just take.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by Manur, the captain for Bayview Academy.
Hello.
Hi, Manur. Could you please tell us, as a captain, what do you think the good qualities of a captain are, what they should have as a leader of the team?
I think they should always get their team together and make sure they come on time and row together, and they should just be together. If they aren't together, then there's no point of practicing and just coming alone as a captain.
That's very true. And could you tell us what you do to prepare your team before a race? They might have they might be scared, their nerves are high.
I think the best thing is to meditate them before we go for warming up, because meditation actually really helps me. So I think it's best for everyone else as well. So they are like calm down, and like right before the race, I think it's like to pump them up and
CS
motivate
coach
them
Anil
properly.
Shedad, report to control committee.
That's very true. Thank you, Manur.
The Anish uncle's tip of the moment is up from the club, put a teaspoon of salt in it, and so thank you to HBL Asset Management, Jubilee Life Insurance, United States Educational Foundation, ESA Laboratories, Jaffergy's, Angro Polymer Chemicals, Hilton Pharma, Sama Bank, Habib Metro, Bank Al Habib.
The sports store, Amin Bandukda & Co., Radiant Chemicals, Day Fresh, Wah Snacks, Fifth element, powerhouse building solution. So Supreme, Rotisserie, IOBM, and Sleep Concept. Thank you very much for sponsoring this event. We couldn't have held this event without you.
Race number 46, under 18 junior girls 8, Heat C, KGS lane 2, CGM lane 3.
Attention, go.
Guys, we're off, and this is one of the most anticipated races of the day. KGS versus Cedar. It's a pretty big rivalry going around Karachi Boat Club.
Absolutely. It's the senior under 21s boys.
Yes, we have.
So
We have.
we're going to have a very quick race.
We have Cedar far side and KGS near side. Cedar seems to have a great start. Lyceum not too far behind, I think by
KGS.
Sorry, KGS not too far behind, I think by half a boat length.
I don't know. It seems as though Cedar is slowly but surely increasing the lead over Lyceum, over KGS. Sorry for the comment.
KGS.
Yes, KGS. And Cedar doesn't seem to be thinking about stopping or slowing down. So this is going to be a tough race for KGS if they want to come back and win this. Let's see how Cedar takes this race through till the end.
I know that the rowers are feeling a lot of pressure because there is a massive rivalry. Like, it's a pretty well-known rivalry between Cedar KGS and the President's Cup. And on this board,
all schools, please note there is a missing
boat. Pulling so well, clean oars, gliding through the water.
And as we can see, as both teams approach boat club, Cedar has at least 2 lengths of lead over KGS. He just really needs to pick up the pace if they want to have a chance to win this race.
KGS is known to pick up their pace at Karachi Boat Club. So that's what they're going to do. And
Yes, but then we'll have to see how Cedar will react to the pressure that KGS does apply on them.
they did exactly that, Umar. They've increased their rate, increased their pace, and they're closing the gap slowly. Also increasing their pace and rate, pulling so well.
Absolutely, but one thing to notice for sure was that as soon as KGS started picking up their pace, their form did dip a bit. So their pace increased, but the effort they're putting in is a lot more than the effects they're getting out of it. Cedar still has a good lead. Cedar can pick it up in the last 100, 200 meters and easily finish this race off if they have enough energy in the tank.
Okay, we're approaching the end of the race. The Red Boys have started, so about 100 meters left.
And now it all gets very interesting. It's time to see whether Cedar will pull it off or not.
And Cedar has. I think they've crossed the finish line, followed by
Yes, go ahead. Don't pause.
Race number 45, under 21 senior boys 8th, Cedar first, KGS second.
Guys, the results are in. Cedar first, KGS second for under 21 senior boys 8.
Next race, race number 46, under 18 junior girls 8. KGS lane 2, CGM lane 3. Please take your boards out, KGS and CGM.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be joined by our very own Regatta secretary, the man, the myth, the legend, Ehsan Rashid.
Hi, Salar, how are you?
Ehsan, could you please share with us one of the most memorable moments you had while you were rowing back with Lyceum in 2016?
I guess that was 2016. We both used to do the doubles. So it was 16. And I believe we started off, it was a club regatta when we started off, and midway, one of us, I think it was you, you broke your oar, and then we lost the lead, and then in the end we picked up and we won that race. That was one of the, I guess, the most memorable memory we have as a doubles crew as well.
Indeed, I broke my oar about 100 meters before the finish line, and Ehsan finished the race all on his own. Well, Ehsan, thank you once again for organizing this event. You and Abdullah have done a great job so far, and we look forward to tomorrow. And Taha as well.
Thank you, Salah, for having me. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ehsan.
Sorry for the delay, guys, and we are off again. This is race number.
This is race number 46 between KGS and CGM under 18 girls. KGS is on the near side, CGM is on the far side, and CGM looks to have taken a good lead right at the start.
Yes, Omar, this points to a good start by both teams. They seem to be neck and neck, but CGM might be in the lead.
हो गया है नहीं कोई इसका Race number 47. Under 18 Junior Girls 8, Heat D, CS Lane 2, Bayview Academy Lane 3. Please take your butts out.
This race is getting really close. Both teams are at boat club at the moment. KGS has really picked up on the pace. They are neck and neck with CGM at the moment. They might just surpass them and take the lead. They are very close, maybe 2 or 3 more strokes, and
A very exciting race. KGS is in the lead by a quarter of a boat, and they seem to be increasing the length as well.
And there we can see our lovely officials standing on the speedboard.
The Empire boat, Omar. KGS seems to be in a substantial lead. CGM might have failed to catch up, might have failed to maintain their own lead, and the result of this race might have just changed. We are approaching the last 100 meters of the race. That can be seen by the boys, the red boys in the water. And this race has ended. Official results will be in shortly. But this was a very close race indeed, and an exciting one at that. The ones we hope to see again and again.
चटपटा, करारा और मजेदार। वाह, अब आया ना मजा।
Next race, race number 47, under 18 junior girls 8s between CAS and Bayview Academy.
Results for race number 46. Under 18 junior girls 8. CJM first, KGS second.
Results of the last race, CGM in the first place, KGS second.
Race number 47, under 18 junior girls 8. Heat D, CS, lane 2, Bayview Academy, lane 3. Please take efforts out, CS and Bayview Academy.
every morning.
Yeah.
No, just ask about sports in school. Why it's so important, and teams, particularly for individuals, they're learning. I think that's
Yeah. 1 second. Can I get your full name? I want to make sure I pronounce it properly.
right. It's Simon Glasson.
Glasson.
Yeah, Simon Glasson.
Okay.
Do I face or?
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have Mr. Simon Glasson, the principal of KGS, joining us today here.
Good afternoon. It's good to be here.
Mr. Simon, could you talk to us a bit about the importance of sportsmanship and team sports in general? KGS is one of the first teams to start a rowing program here back in 1972. So there's a lot of history behind your team here.
Yes, I think the most important thing is that with sport in general, particularly team sport, it teaches so many life skills. I mean, when you talk about how you have to come together, you have to listen to each other, you have to rely on each other, the fact that all of those sort of interactions are very important for how you perform as a team. But it's also about how you plan, because it's not about just turning up on the day. So the team have to put a strategy in place maybe for up to a year, leading into the following year. I mean, this year, for example, as soon as this is over, they'll start planning for next year. And I think it's that sort of leadership skill which is so important. But the thing about teams is sportsmanship. You take the win and you take the loss and you learn from both.
That's very true, Mr. Simon. I find that as a rower myself, the teamwork that I learned over here translated into the many roles I had in the future as well. Well, thank you for joining us today, and KGS has racked up quite a few medals so far. I wish you and the team good luck, and we'll see you on tomorrow for the outdoor races. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure being here today, and just want to thank the organisers for what they've done over this last few days, in fact, last week. To do it, particularly in the current situation in COVID, I think is admirable, and they've taken every precaution that is needed. So I do salute the team here, particularly the captain of boats and the president for all that they've done.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Simon. Thank you.
The under 18 junior girls 8s is now lining up. CES in lane 2 and Bayview Academy in lane 3.
Race number under 18 junior boys 8. Bayview Academy lane 2. KGS lane 3.
There was a delay because Bayview Academy is still taking some time to line up. The boats have now lined up and are getting ready to start.
The BVA boat keeps on getting off track, so I think that's why the boats are taking a lot of time to line up. But the race is going to start in a while, so stay tuned, guys.
Right now we have the under 18 junior girls 8s at the start line. On lane 2 we have CS and lane 3 we have BVA. This is heat D for the 8s. Rad, how long have you been rowing for?
I rowed for 2 years, but I don't row anymore. What about you, Arich? You want to brag about how long you've been rowing for?
Lane 3. Attention. Go.
The race has finally started.
To answer Rayat's question, Rayat, I've actually been rowing for 8 years.
Good for you.
I've actually rowed for 4 years.
And I rowed for 7.
That
Been
means
rowing
I
for
win this.
5.
Going on 10 years at this point.
That's a lie.
Just because it's been 10 years since you've rowed doesn't mean you've been rowing for 10 years.
Just for the record, guys, all these voices of boys and girls, they weren't Arij and I. There weren't other commentators who wanted to brag about their years of experience in rowing.
But also, Arij is the one with the most experience.
That's what Arij thinks. Coming back to the race, so far both the boats seem to be on the same level.
CS is currently in the lead. CS is now a boat length ahead of BVA. Will BVA be able to catch up?
You can see that CS is slowly and gradually increasing the rate and power.
CS has now crossed the 500-meter mark, and they are still in the lead, slowly increasing the lead between them and BVA.
Their Cox is currently screaming their heart out. They're motivating their entire team quite a bit. They're not letting off. The Cox wants this win and they want it by a mile at this point. They will not let their team rest at all. BVA needs to pick up the pace if they want to have a chance to compete. But CS is not being given any moment to rest. Their Cox is screaming at them constantly to pick it up, keep the pace up.
The correct term is actually coxswain.
Technique is very important in an 8th, and clearly CS is doing a great job. Their timing is impeccable.
I think the distance between both the boats is pretty long, and I feel that CS is still in the lead.
CS is now reaching towards the end. They're in the last 100 meters. BVA is still almost more than a boat length away from them. The race has come to an end. The boats have crossed the finish line.
Race number 48, under 18 junior boys 8, Baby Academy, lane 2, KGS lane 3.
I would like for all of you to know that we are reading all of your live comments on the stream. And Adnan, Rana, I definitely agree with you.
I have the results for race number 47, under 18 junior girls 8th, CS first, BVA second.
Noted.
Please feel free to leave any questions and comments on our live. And please remember everyone over here to follow SOP's 3 feet distance and do not share food or water or hugs. The winners for race number 47 have been announced. Under 18 junior girls 8th, Heat D. In first place, CAS. In second place, Bayview Academy. Let us know on our live who you want to have interviewed next. Someone asked in the comments, Because the race at KBC is 1,000 meters long, whereas for international races and other rowing races, it's usually 2,000 meters. However, our course over here is 1,000 meters long, which is why all races at KBC, especially for inter-school regatta, are for 1,000 meters, except for the under 15 category, for which the race is 500 meters long. Right did not mean to say the distance was long, he meant to say the distance was substantial.
Yes, I zoned out for a bit. I'm really sorry, guys.
It's okay, man. We forgive you.
Should I sit banana? You have a lot of fans for the banana man.
The next race is race number 48, under 18 junior boys 8th, Heat C, in lane 2, Bayview Academy, in lane 3, Karachi Grammar School. The next race is the last race before the two finals, race number 49 and race number 50. The boats have now reached the dock and are getting ready for the next race.
The next race we have is under 18 junior boys 8s between BVA and KGS. The boys will be leaving the pontoon shortly and reaching the start line. We should be expecting the race to start in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
We're delayed by half an hour at the moment.
The eights is a very long boat, hence it takes a lot of time to set it up at the start line. Hence the delays between the races.
I would like to take this time to thank our gold sponsor, HBL Asset Management Company, and our silver sponsor, Jubilee Life Insurance.
Irrespective of the results, all the students, all the schools have been training for a very long time for this event. For the past 2 months, they have been coming in the morning, in the afternoon, and the evening. In the evenings, to train for 3 days of this event to make sure they make the mark on this club to write the club's history.
No, I met you. What is your name again? Number bag. Stand here.
Samba's thing is coming in the background.
Ah, okay. I don't think it's going to come too far away.
बोर्ड में सांबा बैंक है ना
KGS coach, report to Control Commission.
What was your position in motor racing federation?
So I'm the treasurer of Motorsports Club Pakistan.
Oh, okay, okay.
And I've won. I'm the only man to have won 5 years, all 5 years of the autocross racing championship.
The boats are now
CS
getting...
coach, report to Control Commission. Anil Shehzad.
Races. So I've raced for Pakistan internationally, locally, on-road, off-road, classic cars, modern cars, race cars. The racetrack that's karting track that's just opened.
Very nice.
I was
very
also the representative of the motoring fraternity.
nice. I'll introduce you and then you can talk about it a little bit about sports, the importance of teamwork, stuff like that. Any particular question you want me to ask you?
Just ask you from a racing perspective and how ethics and values play a central role in sports.
For sure.
And my daughter does some rowing as well.
Oh, really? She's participating?
Not participating.
Oh, okay.
She does some rowing, and my sons basically play soccer and race car driver as well.
Okay, very nice, very nice.
Hence the mask. This mask was custom made.
Oh, very.
Presented
Ah,
to me.
crazy. Motorsports Pakistan is the name of the federation.
Motorsports Club Pakistan, MC.
MCP.
Yeah, the result for that. I'm standing for elections for President Karachi Jumkhana.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
Sayyid is very important.
Ji, ji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm joined here by Mr. Syed Ghazanfar Agha. He's the Chief Compliance Officer of one of our sponsors, Samba Bank. Thank you for joining us, Syed Agha.
Thank you very much.
As a very accomplished sportsman yourself in the Pakistan Sports Club Federation, Motorsports Club Pakistan, could you offer a little advice to our rowers here today while participating and the importance of ethics and teamwork?
I think racing fair is the most important thing. We've spent a lifetime racing, and at the end of the day, I've realized the people who played fair and people who played well always got more glory at the end of it. Temporarily, you may feel that you've been hard done by, and the people who took shortcuts and the people who cheated and the people who didn't play by the rules got ahead. Eventually, they fall by the wayside. And the people who plug away. So hard work is the key to everything. There's no substitute for hard work. Keep working hard, keep working honestly. Success will come. It's guaranteed. It's a given.
Mr. Agha is quite the accomplished sportsman himself, having represented Pakistan many times. Mr. Agha, could you tell us a little about what your experience has been like representing Pakistan at an international level?
I think representing Pakistan is the ultimate honor for any sportsman. And having raced internationally for Pakistan and having flown Pakistan's flag at multiple circuits around the world, it's been a great honor. Anybody who gets to represent his country is privileged, and we should pay respect to our country and keep that flag flying high. So racing for Pakistan has been very difficult because we are not a frontline leader in most of these sports. So we are always struggling at the international level. But the pride of holding your country's flag aloft makes you work that extra bit harder. And if you're, whatever number you're at, you'll try to inch one number ahead and make sure you do your country proud.
Very true, Mr. Agha. Having seen the events today and the setup, would you have any, what are your thoughts on the events right now and the setup? Would you have any advice of improvement in the future for tomorrow?
I think as an avid sportsman, as a race car driver, I'm used to events like these. And the job that these guys have done is incredible. The way Boat Club has put this together and the way Arif and Akun and Kashif and their teams and Nadir has worked for this is absolutely outstanding. I've seen Athar do this for the last couple of years, and hats off to them. This is really the leading event as far as Pakistan is concerned. There's no other facility compared to this.
Thank you very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you once again for sponsoring this event. We couldn't have had it without your support, and we hope to see you tomorrow for the final races.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And best of luck to the participants.
Thank you.
We can see that the boats are now lining up at the start pontoon, which points to the fact we'll be starting momentarily. Thank you for your patience.
Next race, Final B. Senior boys 8, Lyceum lane 1, KGS lane 3. Lane 2 and lane 3.
This is the last of the heats for today. After this, we'll be having the bronze final for the eights between Lyceum and KGS for the senior boys under 21.
Send in your predictions for who you think will be taking the senior boys and junior girls eights trophy. BVA and KGS are getting lined up and are about to start any minute now.
And we are finally off after a long wait. This is BVA in lane 3, in lane 2, sorry, and KGS in lane 3 for the last heat of the day. The under 18 junior boys 8s.
Both boats had a very strong start. It's difficult to tell who's in the lead at this point.
Sorry for the long blackout.
KGS has now taken the lead, slowly increasing it, and Bayview Academy is falling behind.
You can see all the boys working in sync. Stroke after stroke, pull after pull, increasing the lead, going towards the goal, the shared goal of winning this race, so they can get a place in the final.
KGS is not letting go. They want to increase their lead and are slowly boat length in front of Oh, they have definitely, they're more than a boat length ahead of Bayview Academy now.
The boats are now reaching the halfway mark at the 500-meter mark, and they will soon be approaching the club.
The 500 mark is extremely important for a race. And honestly, that's when the race really starts.
Exactly, that's a milestone for you to know how much, where you stand in the race exactly, whether you're going to pull or whether you're going to go home with empty hands. And you can hear the coxes screaming at the roars.
KGS has an absolutely stunning lead, almost more than 2 boat lengths ahead. Bayview Academy is falling behind.
Maybe a miracle will save them now.
It's really all about the technicalities, and it seems like grammar has definitely.
Aruj, I believe it also has to do a little bit of raw power. That little bit of kick power goes a long way.
Definitely, but you know, grammar is really nailing the timing and the balance, which is extremely important for not only this eights, but any kind of sweep event.
The grammar boat has now reached the red buoys, which mark the last 100 meters. And the boat has crossed the finish line.
Being in sync is extremely important, and I think Bayview Academy is lacking on that part.
We can see that the rowers are exhausted now. I believe due to bad strategy, it cannot be said, but the race will be ending shortly. The next race we have is the final for the third place, the bronze final between Lyceum and KGS for the under 21 senior boys eights.
Bayview Academy is just about to finish, and they have now finished the race.
We'll be waiting the umpire's call for fair play and the result. This is the end of all the heats for the first and the second day. Following this, we only have the bronze final for today. We have the senior boys 8s under 21 and the junior girls under 18 8s bronze final. For the third day of this regatta, we'll be having the finals for all the races where the points will accumulate. Things will get serious because these points will now accumulate for the Gram Cup. Tomorrow's the day it will be decided who wins this prestigious cup.
I think in this heat, this was an easy win for KGS with more than 2 boat lengths lead. I think they did an absolutely brilliant job, and it's very commendable considering.
I have the results for race number 48, under 18 junior boys 8th, KGS first, BVA second.
Noted.
As you heard the finish line umpire, after the fair play call, the results are in. KGS is first, BVA is second. This means
Race number 49, senior boys 8, final B, Lyceum lane 2, KGS lane 3.
To repeat what Kochi just said, the next race is the under 21 senior boys 8th final B for the bronze medal. In lane 2 is Lyceum College, and in lane 3 is Karachi Grammar School. All the races up till now were heats or pre-races. All the races tomorrow will have points, which will determine who will be winning the Ikram Cup.
We have another question on the live stream by Mohammed Jabir Dada. He asks, what is the major difference between sweeping and sculling? Jabir, the major difference is that in sweeping, each rower has one oar, and additionally that one oar is larger and longer in size than a sculling oar.
With having one oar comes a lot of different aspects from there being a scull. Because you have one oar, teamwork is extremely important because you're relying on the other side to be balancing you out at all times. Otherwise, your boat will not be balanced and it will affect your race greatly.
Indeed, in sculling, since each rower has two oars, the amount of pressure they apply will propel them forward. But in sweeping, because each person has one oar, if there's any discrepancy in power from the bow and stroke, the boat will move out of place and out of course.
Which is why you can see that a sweep boat like the 8s has a cox. The cox's job is to ensure that they're staying inside the lane, and they have a rudder to help them do that.
We have another question now from Jay-Z Swag. He says, what is a boat called with one rower? Jay-Z, the boats with one rowers are, there's only a sculling boat with one rower, it's called a single scull. So it's a single person with two oars.
A single scull is a very difficult boat and takes a long time to perfect. You're solely relying on yourself, and it's a very lightweight boat and takes a long time to learn and perfect.
Yes, because balancing is a bigger issue in a single scull. You have no one to rely on, so any small mistake on your part, some more pressure from your left oar and your right oar, and the boat's just going to go out of place. So it is less forgiving in terms of the balance.
Usually every ISR, we always see some sculler capsizing, but luckily we haven't seen any so far.
Indeed, that is correct. And also at the boat club, having the right to a single scull was seen as a very big deal back in the day.
Next race, Final B, under 18 junior girls, KGS lane 2, Bayview Academy lane 3.
Yeah, as I was
Final
saying.
B, under 18 junior girls.
Yeah, as I was saying, back in the day when I first qualified to get a single scull, I actually got a box of mithai from my coach and everyone at boat club. So that was also a custom of ours that I don't see happening nowadays.
Luckily, I have never capsized before, but there was this one very terrifying incident where we were training for a regatta in Singapore, and I was on a scull, and I was very new to a scull at that time, and it started raining.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, and it was scary, and the boat it almost capsized multiple times, but I was very lucky.
That's great. I've only capsized once so far, and that was at my last ISR, right before the finish line. It was a terrible incident. We were so, it was a double scull race, and we were so ahead of the other boats that this strong gust of wind came in between this gap and the mangroves, and it only managed to hit us at catch, and it caught us completely off guard. There was really strong waves, and unfortunately we did capsize.
For outdoor rowing, these kind of external factors really do play a role in how your race is going to go. The wind, the water, it can totally change how the race is going.
Indeed, thankfully at the creek, the conditions are generally quite stable. The most we'll have is a slightly strong current, but occasionally it does get pretty bad.
Yeah, right now they're very lucky to have pretty calm waters. The only thing that could be a potential problem is the heat. It is quite hot today, but the waters are quite calm.
Oh, we have another question here by Jay-Z Swag. He says, do I need to know to swim to row, sir? And Adnan Rana has been kind enough to already reply to him. Yes, indeed, you are correct. You do need to know how to swim to row. That is because in the off chance that you capsize, you need to be able to stay afloat until the rescue boat comes and gets you. So that is a prerequisite for rowing. Keep that in mind if you ever want to join in the future.
Especially for people learning the single scull, a swim test and a scull test is taken before you're allowed to row on the single scull. But yes, for all kinds of boat, a swim test is taken.
Indeed, that is correct. There is a swim test, and for those wanting to single scull, they have introduced a scull test. I think it was introduced about 3-4 years ago. It wasn't the case when I was swimming, but now they do indeed. They have you in the KBC swimming pool over here, sit in a single scull, and they'll intentionally capsize you and see your response to see if you can stay afloat. So that is something you'd have to worry about if you're ever planning on doing a single scull in the future.
The boats are now lining up at the start line.
Lane 3, attention, go.
We have another question by JC Swag. He says, what's a repechage, sir? It's a very good question. That is a race in which the losers of the heats compete for final place. That is exactly what's going on right now. Very beautiful question, Mr. JC.
The race has now started. We have Lycia in lane 2 and KGS in lane 3. Both are off to a very strong start. It's difficult to tell who's in the lead.
So far, we can't tell who's in the lead. It seems as if Lyceum is ahead, but we can't be sure because the angle is a bit off. We will update you shortly.
They're still neck to neck and they're slowly reaching Nasavanji.
They have now passed Nasarvanji. Coming into the gap.
Lyceum is currently in the lead. KGS is trying to catch up.
There's not too much of a lead. It's anyone's race at this point. KGS is known to pick up towards the end of the races, so Lyceum has to watch out for them. And they are closing the gap now. It seems as if, yeah, they are moving into each other's lanes. But nothing to worry about at this point, I believe.
KGS has caught up to Lyceum and is slowly going for the lead.
And KGS has picked up.
And they have gotten the lead from Lyceum.
And KGS is now in the lead.
Lyceum is falling behind. KGS is now half a boat length ahead of them.
As they're crossing KBC, we all can hear the coxswains screaming at their crewmates.
That was an amazing pick by the Grammar is still in the lead. Lyceum is trying to catch up. Lyceum will really have to pick up their rate if they want to catch up to KGS at this point.
There's not too big of a distance between them. If they pick up right now, they can still manage. Oh, and it is increasing by the second. I stand corrected.
KGS has now reached the last 100-meter mark. They still seem to be in the lead.
KGS is comfortably maintaining their lead at this point, almost about to finish the race. Oh, that is quite close.
The race is now finished.
Very impressive display by both crews. We now await the results from the head umpire and we will update you shortly.
That was a very... It's here too now.
Yes.
Finish to control.
Yes, please announce the result.
I have reserved for 21 senior boys 8, KGS first, license second.
To repeat the results for race number 49, under 21 senior boys 8th, final B. In first place was KGS and in second place was Lyceum.
And we've got another question in the live chat by Muhammad Jabir Dada. He asks, which seat sets the pace for the race? Jabir, that would be the stroke seat. He is the one that the others behind him have to follow. The stroke is the one at the front of the boat.
Race number 15. 18 junior girls 8, final week.
When great, everyone depends on them, and honestly, they have to know at what point in the race, according in what to do at that point, and then everyone follows them.
Similarly, the bow seat, which is the one at the back of the boat, is responsible in its lane. So if they see that the boat is drifting out, they direct the team to either apply pressure from the stroke side or the bow side in order to straighten themselves out again.
Yeah, the bow is basically responsible for, you could say, kind of carrying the boat, looking at how everyone is performing and if any changes need to be made.
Indeed. Normally it is the most senior-most rower at the bow side of the boat to ensure that the boat stays on in the lane.
Ready to leave the pontoon. It is race number 15, the under 18 junior girls 8th, final B. In lane 2 we have Karachi Grammar School, and in lane 3 we have Bayview Academy. Okay, Sadaf Ali has asked a question on the live. She says, what's the boat called with 1 rower, 2 rowers, 4 and 8 rowers? Please name all of them. So the one with 1 rower is called a single scull. The one with 2 rowers could either be a pairs, which means that there's 2 people with 1 oar, or it could be a doubles, which means both people have both oars. With 4 people, it could either be a fours or a quad. The fours is a sweep boat, that means 4 people have 1 oar each, or it could be a quad where all 4 rowers have 2 oars each. And with 8 rowers is called an eighth. The race that you guys just saw, it has 8 rowers on it and a cox. A fours also has a cox, and all those 8 rowers have 1 oar each.
Might I add that the pairs can be coxed or coxless. At Boat Club, we only have the coxless ones, but coxed pairs are also used.
Adnan Rana is talking about disqualification. It's not unfair to call on disqualification if another boat has entered your lane. It is absolutely fair. It is up to the other team whether to call it or not. If another boat is disrupting your race, you have every right to call it for disqualification, and then the umpires will decide what decision needs to be made.
Yeah, they have the right to object. What decision is taken from the objection is up to the umpire.
You have fans. we have the final race of the day leaving the pontoon. It's race number 15, 50 under 18 junior girls 8s. In lane 2, we have Karachi Grammar School, and in lane 3, we have Bayview Academy. The boats are now reaching the starting line.
Indeed they are. This is the final race of the day.
We appreciate all of the questions that you guys have sent in. If you have any more, you can send them in on the live.
Yeah, keep them coming. We're almost at the end of the day. If you have any questions, please ask them now. We have a question by JG Swek. He asked, what are the oars made of in rowing? Well, traditionally they're made of wood, but nowadays we have carbon fiber. They're synthetic material, but the most common is carbon fiber. The same with boats. They used to be wooden, but now most of them come in carbon fiber, like many of the ones Boat Club has. They are more aerodynamic and cut to the water much faster than the traditional ones.
The race has started and they both seem to be neck and neck. KGS seems to be in the lead at the moment, but it really is too early to tell. It could be anyone's race.
Not too much of a distance between the two boats. भाई आंसर कर लिया अब लोग
KGS is still in the lead. Bayview Academy trying to catch up. We still haven't reached the 500 mark. Bayview Academy can still catch up. They have now crossed Nasavanji, and KGS is in the lead by half a boat, more than half a boat length, and are continuing to increase their lead between them and Bayview Academy. They have now crossed, KGS has crossed the 500-meter mark. Bayview is slowly catching up.
Indeed, KGS has maintained their lead so far, but the gap has closed a little bit.
Grammar has started increasing their rate, and Bayview is trying their best to catch up. They're slowly closing the distance.
Indeed, both the boats have increased their rate, and when we talk about rate, we talk about time is between each stroke.
Grammar is now half a boat length ahead of Bayview Academy.
Oh, and now they are side by side. Bayview, a very impressive pickup over there.
Slowly catching up, and Grammar is trying to keep their lead, but it's difficult to tell from this angle. Bayview might have just caught.
It looks as if they have caught up, maintaining that high stroke per minute rate.
Junior Girls 8th, KGS first place, BVA second place.
The result under 8. Academy.
Congratulations to Karachi Grammar, an amazing show put on by BVA. They nearly caught up to them. Very well done.
You guys can come.
Copy that.
Haji, Haji.
We would like to thank our sponsors, our gold sponsor HBL Asset Management Company, our silver sponsor Jubilee Life Insurance,
United States Education Pakistan, Engro Polymer and Chemicals International Limited, Hilton Pharmaceuticals, Samba Bank, Habib Metropolitan Bank, Bank Al Habib. We would also like to thank the following for sponsoring the event: the Sports Store, Amin Banduka & Co., Radiant Chemicals, Day Fresh, Wah Snacks, Fifth Element, Powerhouse Building Solution, Sleep Concept. You all for sponsoring.
with the congratulations to all of the winners. We'll be seeing you guys tomorrow. This is Ari Jamer signing off.
Indeed, we will now see everybody tomorrow for the final races. This concludes this evening's heats and all the heats for that matter. This is Salar Brohi signing out.